we're grateful, Lord, that we can assemble and prepare to prepare the hearts of the people in this great city. Father, we thank you for what's getting ready to happen even in Goldsboro. We thank you, Lord, for making us one, worshiping one God and with one voice. Father, we pray for the city council, the mayor, and all those whose hands are in making decisions for our great city. Give them wisdom in this hour. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk, if you would please conduct a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Present.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks. Councilman White.
Present. All right, all present and accounted for. And again, thank you for the time commitment that this definitely does take. Next, we'll move forward with an adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda or to amend the agenda?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda by removing item 7.4 until a later time.
All right. We have did you move to amend to?
A later date.
Perfect.
To be determined.
All right, so that one, 7.4 would be removed. Council, are there any other adjustments to the agenda at this time? Hearing none, I'd accept a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to approve the agenda with the removal of 7.4. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Lovely. We'll move directly into recognitions and presentations. We have a retirement resolution for Mr. James Sturgill of our police department. If you'll give me just a moment to slide through here. Laura, did you give me his?
Yeah, so next.
Perfect. Apologize. Wi-Fi is currently down in the building, so we are doing things just a little bit more basically at the moment.
Individual piece of paper.
Oh, it was?
The one I handed you a while ago.
Perfect. Y'all bear with me just for a second. All right, council, as this is a resolution, I will read it. I will then entertain a motion. You good? All right. We'll then entertain a motion to approve the resolution as read, if it is the pleasure of council to do so. Resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by James Sturgill as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for 28 years. Whereas James Sturgill retires on May 1st, 2025 as a police investigator with the Goldsboro Police Department with 28 years of service. And whereas James began his career on April 23rd, 1997 as a police officer with the Goldsboro Police Department. And whereas James was transferred from the operations unit on May 11th, 2005 to support services unit to serve on the special enforcement unit. And whereas on February 9th, 2011, James was promoted to police investigator with the Goldsboro Police Department, where he served until his retirement. And whereas James has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro of expressing to James their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to James our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution will be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this, the 17th day of March 2025. Council, do I have a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
So moved.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the resolution, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Is Mr. Sturgill here? you would please come forward, and you have that one. And Chief, you know you have to come up and say a few words. Everyone just join me right here in the middle. And Chief, I'm going to hand the microphone to you.
Go down here too.
James. I can call you James, can I? I know all these 28 years, I think we've all just said Sturgill. But I was briefly on shift with you back when I got moved over to E-shift, I think at the time. That tells you how long ago that was. I've always known you to be very professional, committed to your job. Your work ethic is unmatched. And I appreciate everything you've done for the Goldsboro Police Department. I appreciate everything you've done for the citizens of Goldsboro. And on behalf of the Goldsboro Police Department, I wish you a very happy and healthy retirement, well deserved. Congratulations.
And do you, and sir, do you have any family with you that you'd like to recognize tonight? Fair enough, fair enough. Well, sir, if you will, Latoya, if you have your camera, and Chief, if you put this right here behind you for me. Hey, Matt, come on this side of me right over here. Yeah. And then Chief, you slide into. There you go. All right. Thank you. Please reach out to me. Next, council, we have item 4.2. It's a Second Chance Month proclamation, and Councilwoman Brandy Matthews asked to be able to read this one. If you would, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm also excited to have our re-entry council here. Some of our members, our president is here, vice president is here, some of our advisory committee. So I hope that you guys will join me after I have read the proclamation. Second Chance Month proclamation. Whereas approximately 95% of all people in prison will eventually complete their sentence, be released from incarceration, and return to their communities. And whereas formerly incarcerated individuals are faced with significant barriers to employment, economic stability, and successful reentry into society. And whereas justice-involved youth may encounter similar challenges when leaving a secure custody facility, such as difficulties reuniting with family and peers, reintegrating into their home community, and enrolling in local education systems. And whereas local leaders and state and federal officials recognize these challenges and continue to promote the rehabilitation and reintegration of formerly incarcerated individuals, adults, and justice-involved youth into society by developing policies and programs that make it easier for these individuals to lead successful lives. And whereas the City of Goldsboro continues to collaborate with the Wayne County Reentry Council, Wayne Community College, local industry, and all units of government to promote reentry efforts for motivated individuals to compete for jobs, attain stable housing, support their families, and contribute to their communities. And whereas the Reentry Council at Wayne Community College recently received the 2025 My Future NC Champion for Attainment Award. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim the month of April as Second Chance Month in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and encourage all residents to observe this month and recognize the efforts of those who work to improve rehabilitation and reintegration of formerly incarcerated individuals. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, this the 7th day of March, 2025. Signed, Mayor Charles Gaylor.
So who do we have coming up? So I know I saw some very familiar faces.
He's gonna play after this.
Ready for it. We also have a video that she would like to show. You can get through this first.
Would you like to introduce anyone, or would you like to just hand the microphone to all right, perfect. You might introduce everyone, and then after that, I believe there was a video that we'll show, assuming we can get that one working. A few technical difficulties, but I'll hand the microphone over to you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nathaniel Free. I am the Wayne County Reentry Council President. We have here Ms. Melissa Reese. We have our Vice President here, Ms. Natalie, and then we have Mr. Burry Dixon. Thank you. Perfect.
So, are we able to do it? Perfect. Then if y'all would just step over here with me, so we're out of the way, and let everyone be able to look at the monitors, we'll do the video. No, just come right over here behind me. That way, everyone over here can see over there.
On behalf of My Future NC, congratulations to Wayne Community College and the Wayne County Reentry Council on being named a 2025 Champion for Attainment. Wayne Community College and the Wayne County Reentry Council supports formerly incarcerated individuals by providing education, employment services, and essential resources for a successful transition. Established in 2022, the initiative reduces recidivism through job readiness workshops, training programs, and partnerships with local employers. Wayne Community College leads the effort, promoting workforce development and social stability while addressing societal stigma.
October of 2020, the sheriff of Wayne County started the Wayne County Detention Center Substance Misuse Program. One of the areas that we saw a gap was upon release, where people needed some reentry services. And Wayne Community College stepped up to the plate and said, we'll be glad to start a Wayne County Reentry Council.
I get so emotional because I spent so much time away. And when I came here and I found out about this reentry program, it really has been a 360 for me. You're looking at somebody that's 41 years old. And do you know this is the longest that I've ever been out of incarceration? Since I was 11 years old. I've never been out of prison this long.
Reentry is not easy. We have developed some really great collaborations here in our community. And one area that we knew we had to be deep diving in were those coming out of incarceration. And I think case management and the communication and network between multiple organizations is absolutely vital.
To be able to be a part of someone's process as they're looking for that second chance has truly been life-changing. People come in, I meet them all the time. They have different needs, they have different desires. We create different plans of actions. And we celebrate every step. A lot of the individuals that I work with are not looking for handouts. They are truly looking for hand-ups. So when I wear this button, I wear it proudly.
I'm a North Carolina certified peer support specialist, and that's just like the best thing that I could have did. I felt like when I got my peer support specialist, I felt like I got a doctorate because I really get to be me, and I get to meet people that came from, you know, the same walks of life that I did, and I get to show them like, hey, we can turn this around. Nothing that you can't do when you just put your right foot forward, the right one, not the wrong one, but the right one forward.
Our goal in the community college is to help individuals make a better life for themselves. We want to meet individuals where they are and take them where they want to be.
Wayne Community College is here to serve our community. You know, we want to meet the educational, training, and cultural needs of everybody in our communities. Reentry Council fits very well into that mission. They are part of our community, and we want to serve them just like we would any citizen in our community.
If you would come forward, we'll do a picture. Council, I know I always reiterate this, but I do just want to make sure it's known. We do a lot of letters and recognitions and presentations, and that's a good thing. But they don't all have to be read by me. You know, at one time I was just kind of handing them out. At any point, if a council member has one coming up that they have a tie to, that they want to be the one that reads that, that is always an option. And so 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, if anyone is interested, please just speak up. Otherwise, I will continue going, because as always, this is an enjoyable piece of this. We get to recognize the good works going on in our community, and I'm certainly willing to read them all, but I also don't want to hog it. So with that, I will move up to item 4.3, Children and Families Month Proclamation. Just a moment. Children and Families Month Proclamation. Whereas our children are our most valuable resources and will shape the future of the city of Goldsboro. And whereas the quality of parenting, caregiving is one of the most powerful protective factors for children, and our community recognizes the long-term value of offering services to support positive environments for children and families. Whereas the city of Goldsboro is home to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and we recognize that our military presence comes not just from those who wear the uniform, but from the families who also serve our country. And whereas April is month of the military child, and military children make daily sacrifices so their parents can keep our nation safe, we must match their sacrifice with a commitment to provide the full support of our communities. And whereas April 6th through 12th is National Week of the Young Child, where access to affordable, high-quality education and health care for every child in our community, particularly in the first 5 years, is vital to building a strong community, state, and nation. And whereas April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, to recognize that child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. And whereas child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects, effective child abuse prevention succeeds because of community and collaborations. Whereas communities must make every effort to promote programs and activities that create strong and thriving children and families in an effort to create conditions that reduce or eliminate risk and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of our children. And whereas our community recognizes the tireless efforts of those in the city of Goldsboro who work in various agencies, nonprofits, child care facilities, and schools that offer care and services to families as we move forward, creating a safe, healthy, and equitable community for our children and families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council, in recognition of efforts to support Child Abuse Prevention Month, Week of the Young Child, and Month of the Military Child, does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Children and Families Month in the city of Goldsboro, and urge all citizens to recognize this month by dedicating themselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and their families. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, this the 17th day of March 2025. I believe we have some partners to come forward. And I don't mind saying that it seems to be a lot of the same folks that answer the call in multiple parts of our community, and I know that's true in this particular conversation. I know that's true in 100 other conversations. And those of you who are watching, who are thinking to yourselves, yeah, I'm also in 4 or 5 different things, don't stop. Please, please, please do not stop. This community needs you. So, Ms. Henry, actually, let me allow them the microphone first, and then I'll turn it over to you for a picture, okay?
Thank you. So our coalition, our mission is looking at advocacy for resiliency and education in our community, and what we are trying to help is having a more trauma-informed community in general. We do have a day coming up, April 8th, and we are trying to really just kind of push out to families, which is one of those protective factors against trauma, right? So everybody has trauma in their lives, but when we have that mentor or that person that kind of invests in us, that helps with some of that trauma. So we are doing a family fun day, essentially. On the Right Track is our theme. It is on April 8th at Herman Park. And our group is just made up of, we're not a nonprofit or anything, we're just a bunch of different people from different agencies coming together for children and families. So Partnership for Children, Trillium, University of Mount Olive, community sporting schools, all different places. And so we hope you'll come out. Kiwanis is working with us for the train and some concessions, but just a time to give a space, a safe space for families to really pour into their kids. So thank you.
And if you would, two of you, your names were announced in the previous presentation. If you would please just simply say who you are.
I'm Valerie Wallace. I'm the director at the Partnership for Children.
All right. Ms. Henry, if you would. Next, item 4.4, Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day Joint Proclamation recognized by the City of Goldsboro and the County of Wayne. You'll see this same proclamation done tomorrow morning during their meeting. 2025 Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day Joint Proclamation. Whereas 2025 represents the 52nd anniversary of the end of the American involvement in the Vietnam conflict, and whereas 2025 marks the 60th anniversary of the start of the ground campaign in Vietnam, when President Lyndon Johnson authorized the landing of the 9th Marine Expeditionary Brigade to defend the Da Nang Air Force Base in South Vietnam, and whereas thousands of brave Americans served our country in this conflict with courage, honor, and valor, whereas more than 58,000 individuals made the ultimate sacrifice in Vietnam, and more than 300,000 were wounded in combat, whereas 1,626 Americans are still missing and unaccounted for from the Vietnam conflict, and their families, friends, and fellow veterans still endure uncertainty concerning their fate. And whereas in 1982, the Vietnam War Memorial was dedicated to commemorate those members of the United States Armed Forces who died or were missing in action in Vietnam. And whereas the Vietnam War was an issue among the people of the United States, so the crossfire public debate about the involvement of the United States in the Vietnam War deprived many members of the United States Armed Forces who served bravely and faithfully for the United States during the Vietnam War of the support and appreciation for their services to our country. And whereas President Donald J. Trump signed the Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Act of 2017 on March 28, 2017 to officially recognize March 29th as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day and encourage the people of the United States to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies and activities that promote awareness of the conditions of veterans who served in the United States Armed Forces in Vietnam and the importance of helping such veterans readjust to civilian life. Now therefore be it resolved by the Wayne County Board of Commissioners and the Goldsboro City Council do hereby proclaim March 29, 2025 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day in Wayne County and the City of Goldsboro, and urge all citizens to join in this special observance and take the opportunity to honor and thank our Vietnam veterans for all they have given in their service to our country. Adopted this, in our case, 17th day of March 2025. Council, I would need, as it states that it was, be it resolved, Council, I do need a vote to approve this one. If I may have a motion?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second? Motion and second? Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Motion and a second. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right. And sir, I'll meet you down front. Microphone's yours.
Just a few quick.
It's on. They'll adjust the slide.
Okay. Just a few quick words about it. The 29th of this month is a Saturday. We're going to have another ceremony this year. It'll be at the Wayne County Museum at 11 a.m. We encourage you to come out one, in support, and if you know somebody who's a Vietnam veteran, you have somebody in your family that's a Vietnam veteran, please encourage them to come to this event. We've had a lot of success. I think it goes without saying the struggles that the Vietnam veteran had when they came home from the war. Most people are familiar with that. And so this is an opportunity to reach out as the public and family and friends and wrap our arms around these guys that stuff I didn't have to deal with when I came home, these guys had to deal with. So we've got a couple of unique things that we're going to do. It's my understanding we're going to have a miniature version this year of the Vietnam Veterans Wall. We'll also hang, unfortunately, we have a battlefield cross, and there are still 39 men from Vietnam, from North Carolina, that are still missing in action, presumed killed in action at this point in time. So we've involved the Southern Wayne Junior ROTC and the Rosewood ROTC. We'll name each of those guys by name, and the ROTC cadets will hang a dog tag on the battlefield cross in their honor. We'll have light refreshments at the end of it, and it's again at the Wayne County Museum up on the second floor. There's an elevator there. You don't have to trudge all the way up and down those stairs, but we'd love to see you and come out and support these veterans from Vietnam. Thank you.
Ms. Henry, if you would. Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
And
they have the original. So they'll sign it and they'll send us a copy, and then we'll have it to present. You're welcome. It's okay. It's all right.
Lastly, in section 4 of our agenda, item 4.5, which is a retirement resolution for Jose Davila, who's been a member of our Public Works Department. And council, this will require a vote. I'll read it into the record first, and then we'll accept a motion in a second. Resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Jose Davila as an employee of the City of Goldsboro for more than 27 years. Whereas Jose Davila retires on April 1st, 2025 as a solid waste technician with the Goldsboro Public Works Solid Waste Department with more than 27 years of service. And whereas Jose began his career on November 5th, 1997 as a laborer 2 with the Goldsboro Public Works. And whereas on August 1st, 2007, Jose's position was reclassified to sanitation worker, followed by a reclassification to sanitation technician on January 8th, 2014. And whereas on June 29, 2022, Jose was promoted to solid waste technician with the Goldsboro Public Works Solid Waste Department, where he served until his retirement. Whereas Jose has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro. And whereas the Mayor and City Council of the City of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the City of Goldsboro of expressing to Jose their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Jose our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the City of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this, the 17th day of March 2025. Council, do I have a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Wonderful. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Wonderful. And is Jose with us this evening? As always, as Ms. Getz is collecting the sign-up sheet for public comment period, the length of service that we have for employees in the City of Goldsboro throughout our departments, it says a lot. And when you have somebody, recognizing two folks with 27, 28 years of service, you think about what you have to do to replace that talent, that institutional knowledge. And we're so grateful to those that have provided these decades of service to the city, to the citizens. You are absolutely remembered, and we appreciate what you're doing. And those of you who are approaching that number, don't get any ideas. Ms. Getz, with that, we'll move into our public comment period. We'll open the public comment period. The policy will pop up on the screen in just a minute, but I think everyone knows it by now. So, Ms. Getz, if you would please call the first one.
Our first speaker is Natalia Newkirk.
Good evening.
Hello. Pretty sure everyone is familiar with me by now. I've been coming before Mayor Gaylor and council for about 3 years now. A special thank you to you, Mayor Gaylor, because you do stay in contact with me on the regular, as well as Councilwoman Matthews. Ms. Weeks, thank you for supporting my oars. And of course you, Ms. Jamie, you puts up with me and my craziness at times. But I'm here tonight because, like I said, I've been coming before y'all for 3 years now. I was scrolling down Facebook today and I seen a young woman house, her ceiling fell in and almost caved in on her kids. I believe that was in Little Washington, might be Miss Hawata's district. And not too long ago, Mr. Richard Taylor did a video about Katrina Chambers and mold being found in her bloodstream, also in Little Washington. 2 more residents came forward today, one in Lincoln Homes, and Ms. Chambers said that her ceiling is about to fall in. So how much more can Anthony No Good Goodson Jr. and his entire entourage out there with housing authority get away with before something is done concerning these women, children, elderly, and veterans? Most know my story. I was evicted because me and my children were getting ate up by bed bugs. Them bed bugs play tic-tac-toe, Jumanji, and all types of stuff was going on at 717 Water Street. Then they moved us to 413 Denmark, where mold and stuff was continuing to grow. My babies were diagnosed with ADHD, asthma, all sorts of things. Y'all seen Aiden have an asthma attack in here and had to be rushed out by emergency squad. While I sit here and talk to y'all about this stuff, enough is enough, and something needs to be done immediately. What an amazing night to get here and see that James Sturgill is retiring. Praise God, because a lot of my trauma and PTSD started when I went in there and told them about Michelle Wynn and Tamika Pridgeon, who was still back there on Retha Street somewhere. Body missing. I don't know when we're going to get back there to find her, but it would be nice, because James Sturgill told me that I was the case he'd been looking for his entire life, and he knew that Eric Moore Sr. killed Michelle Wynn, but Sophia was scared to testify. Y'all don't let the killer die. What kind of justice can we get? Can we get James Sturgill held for obstruction of justice or something like that? But that's all I got for y'all right now. Moses Drop It Low will be back at some point in time. But let's get some justice for the people, because I see ain't no justice coming for me. And thank you, Miss Sylvia Barnes, for allowing me to live in your home last year during my time of homelessness as well. Y'all be blessed.
Our next speaker is Rodney Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Rodney Robinson. I am the community activist and civil rights leader here in Goldsboro. I have advocated for many families, individuals that have faced injustice here in our city of Goldsboro. And tonight I want to talk about respect. I want to talk about our council and our mayor, how they deserve respect with the work that they do. I refuse to represent a community when we have community members coming for our council, judging our council by the color of their skin and not the content of their character. No city council representative, black or white, should be able to sit on this council and feel intimidated or feel like they can't do their job because people are out in the community talking about them making decisions because of the color of their skin. We have too much going on in our community to be sitting here talking about what black person is doing what and what white person is doing what. We need to come together and we need to bring unity in the city of Goldsboro. We need to respect our leaders and we need to respect our mayor. Not only that, we have nonprofit leaders leaders as myself who has cried, who has prayed, and who has planted in this city. And I demand and I deserve some respect in the city of Goldsboro for the work that I have done, the tears that I have cried, the prayers that I have prayed for this community. Thank you, Mayor Gaylor, Councilmember Brandy, Councilmember Weeks, Councilmember White, Councilmember Jamie Taylor, Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Hiawatha Jones, Pro Mayor. Thank y'all so very much for the work that you do. I know it's not easy sometimes when you got to come up here and we got problems going this way, problems going that way. But what we need to learn is respect. We need to learn to respect those that are in leadership and those that are in authority. Whether we agree with them or not, we have to respect them. We have to respect their visions. We have to respect what they say and what they stand for. I'm not standing for color today. I'm standing for truth, and I'm standing for what's right. I am sick and tired of seeing people bickering back and forth about color, content of color. I'm sick of it. It's tiring. It's draining. When are we going to really do some work in the community instead of sitting back gossiping and talking about who's doing what, who's doing this, who got that? If I'm not on your status so well, I have the education to back it up. I have the resources to back it up. So I'm here today to say we need to respect each other. Council members, we got to respect each other as well as constituents working together. We got to respect each other because it comes from behind that podium. That's where the leadership comes, behind that podium. So when we see y'all coming together, then we may need to come together. But community, we're going to respect the leaders of this city and allow them to make the decisions that they need to make. And we're not going to no longer judge them by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Thank you so very much for listening to me tonight. Again, thank you for all your support.
Our next speaker is Linda Wilkins Daniels.
Good evening, Mayor Gaylor and City Council members. My name is Linda Wilkins Daniels, and I am founder of Speaking for the Speechless, a nonprofit organization. I stand before you this evening due to unfinished business I brought before the council last month. Please believe me when I say I don't want to be here. I feel like I am compelled to be here tonight. The last time I was here, I spoke briefly about the police incident that occurred back on January 28th, I believe. And so right now, the community haven't heard much about this case, what's going on. The mother, Kasha Morrison, is unfamiliar with what's going on with her son. She said that, the investigation is over and that the police that attacked her son so viciously is back on the streets. I don't know how true that is, but I know that, I believe that the community should know something that's going on. They should know when the investigation is complete. There is so much going on that we really don't hear a lot about. And my question has been about the policemen that have attacked people here in Goldsboro, because there have been several accusations of people being brutalized by the police in Goldsboro. However, they didn't know where to go to get any help. So right now I'm coming to say that, there's a lot of things that need to be looked at, and not to come and just complain about it. But I'm going to come back to the next city council meeting, and I will have some solutions and some strategies that we can put forth. I want to come here just to criticize you, because this is a public issue across the board. It's not a black issue. It's an issue from across the board, and it's a lot of things that we should do about it. But I'm gonna stay in contact with each meeting and come back and add some more, because we do have a problem with police in Goldsboro and across North Carolina. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Dupree.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to stand before you all. As I was up earlier to accept the second month proclamation, I did not get to properly thank you, Mayor Gaylor, as well as the city council members, as well as all of the individual people and organizations that have helped make us successful with helping to meet the needs of the individuals that we serve. I did not get a chance to share earlier that we are at 300 intakes and growing now. So we thank you because everyone is deserving of a second chance. And so thank you so much for all that you do in the community, those that have worked towards reentry. I just want to say thank you. Also, for more information as it relates to reentry, we can be located on the Wayne Community College website where we are currently housed, as well as our Facebook page. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Richard Taylor.
Greetings. I'm once again here to talk about the brutality that happened to Talik Carter on January 23rd. Isaiah 10:2 says, "Woe to those who turn aside the needy from justice and take away the rights of the poor from among my people." Who make the widow pray and rob the fatherless. Isaiah 5:2 says, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil. Woe to those who bring lightness for darkness and darkness for light." And those that the scripture refers to is those in the power to right or wrong. So I look at you as leaders. Some have chosen to remain silent. Some have made their views known about that incident. Even if you ask me, why don't I go and speak to Matthew Livingston, the city manager, or the police chief? Why don't I, Richard Taylor, go do the job that leaders are supposed to be doing? Some say they're silent because of an investigation. Now is not the time to be silent. Why wait till the investigation is over? You could be advocating for justice for the man in Livingston's office, in police chief's office. I understand that you guys hired the city manager. The city manager is in control of the police, so it is directly your responsibility as leaders of this city to ensure that police don't brutalize young men. But I get it. You sit up with your fancy clothes and read your whereases and take your pictures, and post on Facebook. But that's not what leadership is about. Leadership is about making sure everyone in the community gets justice that they deserve. And so, for those of you who felt my words were attacking last week, remember the one we saw really get attacked on that video. And I've been hearing the word judgment in regards to this matter. So the judgment will come, and it's not a judgment from man. It's a judgment from the Creator who sees all and knows all, sits high and looks low.
That's our last speaker, Mayor.
All right, council. Our next agenda item is a closed session to discuss a personnel matter. Council, we would be sliding over into the anteroom so that folks in here can keep their seats if they so choose. Council, do I have a motion to go into closed session to discuss matters related to personnel?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Council, please join me in the anteroom. Council will bring this back to order and move forward with our agenda. We have completed items, our sections 1 through 6. We're now moving forward with the consent agenda. Mr. Livingston, if you would please entertain any remaining questions on the consent agenda minus item 7.4 that was removed during the agenda setting motion.
Thank you, Mayor. There are a few items there on the consent agenda, which we normally do by roll call vote. I would just ask if there's any questions with anything in their consent agenda at this time.
Council, are there any remaining questions related to the consent agenda, items 7.1, 2, 3, 5, and 6? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Madam Clerk, if you please conduct a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Boyette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews? Councilman White?
Yes.
All right, consent agenda is approved. We'll move forward with old business. Item 7.1, I do want to just let folks know this is not asking for a specific vote. 7.1 is for information and some staff asking for some guidance on which direction to go next. Mr. Livingston or Mr. Arnold, whoever is going to lead us.
Mr. Mayor, I have Assistant City Manager Arnold here as he heads up the parking committee to give you an update on parking discussion.
Mayor and Council, I'm here to report on your 60-day pause that you put in place. You wanted to come back after the retreat 60 days to discuss this issue. We talked about it at the retreat. We spent some time on a survey. There were some options discussed, but not necessarily coalesced on all those options. We've met as a staff parking committee a couple times since that retreat and really have come to the conclusion that we believe that it's probably a good time to extend the pause and or make it permanent until the next time it comes back for interest. We don't see any benefit to continue the 2-hour parking. The complaints have gone down. Things seem to be working pretty well. There were other issues discussed during that time, also including like residential parking or short-term limited parking. We couldn't really come to any conclusions on those without further guidance if you're interested in them. We definitely have an opinion that residential parking is probably very difficult on residential streets or on public streets to monitor and administer. If you're interested in trying to pursue maybe like a short-term parking for either a food service or something like that, then we would advise you to kind of come and say if there's 4 of you that think that's a good idea, we would spend some time on that. We'd probably talk to the merchants and see if there's interest. But at this time, we don't have a conclusion on how to develop that program any further without further guidance from you. So tonight, I'm here to listen, report, or add any information I can. But it really is to the end of your 60-day time that you said you wanted to come back on this.
All right, so Council, you've heard the comments from Mr. Arnold that at this time he's not recommending to reinstate the 2-hour parking piece. However, is acknowledging that there are other things that have been brought forward by Council. If there's no 2-hour parking restriction, we probably the resident parking piece is probably not terribly relevant. However, are there things like loading zones or the food service, like the 15-minute style parking? So Council, basically we just need to see if there is the will of Council to ask staff to expend further effort studying that specific piece, or if at this time we feel like it's best to just simply leave things alone. So Council, is there any discussion? Yes, sir, I see your hand up.
A couple things. Obviously, we haven't reached a magic conclusion of what to do about parking, so it sounds like we're going to leave it paused. That being said, I do think that we need to at least revisit it every so often to at least see if we want to talk about it. If for no other time, maybe at retreat time or something, to at least see if it's back on the radar again. And I say that for 2 reasons. I ultimately think that as downtown grows, we're going to have to address parking eventually. The good news is with that, as downtown grows and development happens, we can see to it that parking is part of the requirements for certain development, and that will help. But I think ultimately, as it stands right now, I think we do need to seriously consider, as I've mentioned a couple times before, designating at least a parking place somewhere in the vicinity of Center and Walnut Street area to be designated for DoorDash and things of that nature, so that they don't have to stop in the street and leave their car with the flashing lights on in the middle of the street to go in and grab food. I think we need to have a spot to do that. And if that spot doubles as a ride share spot, I think that'll be okay too. But I think we need both of those issues addressed. There needs to be a designated spot downtown when people are calling for an Uber or Lyft or whatever, that everybody knows that's the spot. Not for safety and for other reasons and simplicities. I think it would be best to have, or us to consider doing that. A ride share spot and a food pickup spot. And ultimately, I hope we can figure out the parking, because I'm sure everybody is aware of this that comes downtown regularly, like I do every day. As soon as parking went away, all the parking places are clogged back up again with cars just sitting there. And now, instead of coming downtown and parking, doing what I got to do, getting back in my car and leave like everybody else, I got to ride around for 10 minutes to try to find a parking place. That's not cool. But I don't see as that we got any choice but to deal with that. And our wonderful downtown parking guy, Hakeem, I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name. Looking at statistics with stuff, I believe I read or was shared in something that a quarter or so of our available parking in the regulated areas, when we all know what that is, since parking was rescinded, is now clogged up. I mean, it's documented that we've lost access to 3/4 of our regulated parking places because of rescinding the rule. So again, I think we need to deal with it eventually, but until we do deal with it, I would like for the council to consider at least designating a spot for ride share and for food pickup. And I don't mean right now, but I just would like to see that happen. That's all my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond? I think you bring up a very good point. One thing I failed to bring up to you is that, and you all were probably well aware of this, but I was not. In 2016, you did do a parking study, and it's well documented. It's a great report. And Jonathan and I met with him this week to talk about this study, or last week, I guess it was, further about the study and what we can do. And there's a couple of points, Mr. Boyette, that you brought up that are relevant. I think one is taking our development standards for downtown and looking at what we need to create in the future for additional parking as new development comes in. Our standards are kind of slow and old and probably antiquated, and we need to review that. The second part is they did a really nice study of looking at areas of impact in the entire downtown from different times. And I would like to go back and study that and review that as today, and see, like they have red, green, availability. And that gets back to your point, is what is today, what are we seeing? And so they're gonna actually give us a proposal to see if we can go out on the street and do that, just to kind of start documenting, benchmarking what we're seeing and feeling. But there is some good information in that study that we pulled out that we want to kind of glean from and continue talking about parking downtown. So I agree with what your assessment is, that there's elements of things we should be doing. But for purposes of 2 hour, we think we're kind of at the place where we can pause. And if there's 4 of you that think it's a good idea to have us spend some time to study your second idea, which is ride share or find a space, we're willing to spend some time on that, do that.
Council, any other comments about, I'll just say specifically, like the 15-minute parking spots or something like that? Would we like to instruct staff to study, one per block or something like that, to be able to support those businesses that have pop-in business during the day? Is something like that something that we'd like to consider?
I think that's a good idea, that we look into having spots for ride shares, and also door dashers or popping in to get their to-go orders.
Yeah.
I have had complaints, people saying, that's an issue. So I agree with Councilman Boyette on that we definitely need to look at that now.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Council, any other comments, feedback? All right, sir.
Well, just one more piece. So, and I'm not saying that we have to give up an existing parking place if there's a way to do it, for example, like in the loading zone area that's there beside of the Laughing Owl or something. Just designate an area. I don't necessarily say we got to give up a spot, but I would like to designate an area. Thank you.
All right, so anything further? All right, so council, is there a motion to ask staff to continue studying and possibly coming up with a plan to be able to implement, I'll just say, one 15-minute spot or one loading zone spot, something like that, one per block? Is that reasonable to council? I'm kind of winging it up here. So. All right. All right, motion. Do you mind stating exactly which pieces of it? Because I was kind of rambling.
Okay, I move that we look into the study of the ride and share spot with the eating as well as the DoorDash, and to look at the 15-minute parking. Excuse me?
No, they were just checking.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I was asking someone who has more experience with it about that one particular spot on a block. I mean, I'm going to agree to it. It's worth looking at. I was just saying, just asking, do they think that was going to be sufficient?
I was just asking what you're saying.
All right, so motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been seconded. Is there any further discussion on this? All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. We'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Mr. Owen, if you go that route for us, and again, you and I kind of have the conversation of nice uniform layout. We'll figure something out that's fairly simple and predictable. All right, thank you, council. Now we will move to item 9.1. This is for information only. There's no specific action required, but is an important conversation, especially in lieu of awards from last week. Mr. Livingston, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. We do have the Downtown Development Department and some of the DGDC volunteers here this evening. They will be providing a presentation for us to get a better understanding of what they're up to these days and what they're traditionally made of.
Thank you.
Howdy, howdy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know it's been a long night, so bear with us. I appreciate your time and attention after such a long meeting. So you all know who I am. I'm the Downtown Development Director for the City of Goldsboro, and I'm joined this evening by 4 of the Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation's Executive Committee members. We have Grayson Hussey, who is our current president. We have January Hammond, who is our promotions chair. Lisa Govan, who is the vice president, and then Doug McGrath, who is the DGDC past president. So tonight we're going to present on the history, partnership, and impact of Goldsboro's Main Street community, as you all well know. As you also know, the downtown development effort in the city of Goldsboro is done in partnership, a collaborative partnership between the Downtown Development Department and the nonprofit arm, the Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation, which is largely known as the DGDC. Together, the two entities form what's called Goldsboro's Main Street Community, and they work for the betterment of downtown and for the community as a whole. We have been in the city of Goldsboro an accredited Main Street community nationally for over 20 years, and we've been a designated North Carolina Main Street community for over 40 years. So this is not a new partnership by any means. The Downtown Development Department is made up of 3 full-time staff members, and we are supported by a very hardworking group of 24 Downtown Development Board members. They represent a large, diverse group of dedicated city leaders. We have representation from the city. Mayor Pro Tem Jones is currently the representative from the city, as well as interim manager Matt Livingston. We have representation from the county with Chairwoman Barbara Aycock, representation from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce, and a large number of other entities that are involved in the process of creating our Downtown Main Street program. Alongside them, we have over 50 dedicated volunteers that largely make up the committee structure of DGDC. That includes the Design Committee, the Economic Vitality Committee, the Promotions Committee, the Merchants, and then we have 2 subcommittees, which are the Arts District and the James and Pine Black Business District. So we have a large group of volunteers that are really pounding the pavement and carrying the weight of the Main Street program to add capacity to the city's efforts and priority of downtown revitalization. Some staggering statistics. You're going to hear about the economic impact from some of our DGDC Executive Committee members in a moment, but I did want to share our volunteer statistics over the last 10 years. I've added up our statistics over the last 10 years that we report on to both the national and the state Main Street organizations. We have had 28,701 volunteer hours dedicated to downtown Goldsboro through the Main Street structure for the last 10 years. 28,701. That is a value estimated at $720,657 in direct savings to the city of Goldsboro, because these are volunteers that are helping us carry out our work. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Grayson Hussey, our current chair, and he's going to walk you through who DGDC is.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Erin. It's never easy to go behind Erin. She does such a great job. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to come in and present to you. In the past, because we come here frequently, at least once a year, to talk about who we are and what we do, we hit you with a lot of numbers. And instead of just listening to me, what I thought we would do is listen to January and listen to Lisa and listen to Doug McGrath for just a few minutes. So I'm going to invite Lisa to come up here and join me real quick. Lisa, who is the DGDC?
Okay, so DGDC, as you all know, is a 40-year nonprofit, and it's comprised of a diverse group of local leaders that volunteer. We give in way of our time, our money, our resources to the betterment of downtown Goldsboro. But as over the past couple hours while you guys were in session, I was looking at my notes and I said, you know, we're a little bit more than that too, because when you look at the businesses that our board represents, I'll use me for an example, and since January's here, I'll use her as well. It's not just me. You're also getting the support of Curtis Media, because Curtis Media believes in the city of Goldsboro. We believe in our county. So I'm very fortunate to work for a company that allows me to volunteer time, you know, even during business hours, for the betterment of development of downtown Goldsboro. I also had the privilege to go for the past 3 days to the Main Street Conference last week, and that was my first one away. Last year was my first one here, but the first one that I attended outside of the city of Goldsboro, and such an eye-opening, so many great sessions and so many resources available to help us bring ideas back to the city of Goldsboro, and I really appreciated that time. One staggering, I'm sorry, I know we've got to stick to schedule. One thing that stood out to me last week in one of the sessions that I attended is that there are 1.8 million nonprofits in this country and 10,000 new nonprofits coming every year. That's a lot of nonprofits. That's a lot of, it's a lot of competition for resources. So I'm grateful to be a part of this board and to serve our city.
Sure. In your opinion here, what is the role of the DGDC?
Yeah, simple. It's 100% of what we do is to support the initiative that's been outlined by the city of Goldsboro for the Downtown Development Office. All of those tasks, all of their goals for the year, that's what the DGDC is. We come and we align ourselves with them so that we can help get this done.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Next, I'm going to invite January Hammond up here, the beautiful January Hammond. January, what projects do you think the DGDC works on to benefit the city?
Quite a few. Erin mentioned earlier that our organization is broken up into committees. So the committees are the entities that help power a lot of the events. We have the Economic Vitality Committee, which Grayson used to chair that committee. But that particular entity is appointed, their charge is to help to create business development, to save historic properties, to get properties back into use that have been vacant. They also present opportunities for businesses for grants that may come. My business, well, not my business, but the business that I'm a director for, had an opportunity in 2016 to be a recipient of one of the grants that was offered in downtown Goldsboro. And so as a result of that, you know, our organization would not be where it is. We currently, as of to date, have a patient base of 32,000 patients, active patients in our database, and that's a result of being able to lock arms with Goldsboro, and you guys help, or DGDC, to assist us with getting funding and writing grants for our business. So economic vitality is there to do that. The merchant committee, obviously, entire downtown, we need the merchants to support the growth here. So that committee is established to help continue to push the growth and to help bring new businesses and get them acclimated into our Goldsboro community. And then the design committee, they do a lot of things on the grounds. They were very instrumental last year when we hosted the Main Street Conference and getting the grounds ready for that. In addition to what the city was able to do, but volunteer hours, as Aaron said, went into doing that. They were awarded this past week at the Main Street Conference in regards to the garden, the Alley's Garden, that they were able to put right here in downtown Goldsboro. So again, they're able to do that, cleanup days, all the things that are necessary to keep Goldsboro flourishing. The design committee is assisting in that. And then the promotions committee, exactly what it says, our role is to help promote the events that you see in downtown Goldsboro. That's bringing, again, the volunteer hours, but also the economic boost that it brings with our Center Street Jams and other events that we do throughout the course of the year. And then also partnering with other entities to help promote and bolster the involvement in downtown Goldsboro.
So one of the things that Lisa mentioned, and you've also mentioned, is that you give your time, and the businesses that you work for donate, whether in kind or provide a check in the form of some sponsorship. Why do you think it is that we do that as volunteers or as the DGDC?
I think we've drank the Goldsboro juice, right? So we, for me personally, I don't live in Goldsboro. I live in Clayton, but I've been here since 2018 working. And so finding a community of like-minded individuals that are willing to pour into not just talk it, but to actually see it. And we are awarded of the things that we're trying to achieve. So the volunteerism comes to help push forth. It's not a singular role. I think DGDC is an awesome organization to help identify very diversely what each entity, what each business organization needs. And so the volunteers can come together to help support that cause.
Now, someone that has shoes that I'll never be able to fill, that's Doug McGrath. Doug, what makes the DGC and the volunteers unusual?
Thank you all for letting us present tonight. We appreciate that. I know it's been a long night. So the DGDC is the only nonprofit that is dedicated 100% to the support of the city of Goldsboro in priorities for the city of Goldsboro. No other department in the city has a nonprofit donating, as Aaron talked about the stats, over 6,000 man hours a year and $100,000 roughly of cash dedicated to improving downtown. The DGDC provides free office space to the Downtown Development Department. Best of my knowledge, no other nonprofit is donating free office space to the city. We do that because we think that helps with a fiscally responsible budget. While other City of Goldsboro departments have documented salary increases if you go from 2018 forward, the DDD is the only one out of the 21 that are listed that actually has posted a decrease in wages. It actually represents 0.7% of the total salary and wage budget for the city. And when you think about the amount of lift that you're getting for 0.7%, it's fairly remarkable. And while not required to do so, the nonprofit pays property tax on the building that we own at 116 North Center.
It's about $4,800 this year. We don't ask others to come downtown and not at least walk the walk. Next up, when you think about our accomplishments, we kind of go back to 2013 and beyond, can you talk briefly about kind of the economic impact that we've had?
Yeah, and I'm just going to pull a few points so it's not a midnight session for you. So if we go from 2013 forward, the property tax value increase is 16% higher in the MSD than it is in other parts of the city. 200 building renovations, 703 new jobs, 525 net. Not all of those jobs stuck. 162 new businesses, 11 business expansions. The number of downtown residents has doubled, as they were just talking about with the parking issue. 128 market rate apartments or units. That adds an increase of about $760,000 in the annual spend, statistically, in terms of where those people are going to spend their money. All of that is downtown. The city's investment over the years matched or actually bettered by the state and county has led to a $51 million private investment in downtown Goldsboro, which is a ROI of over 4 to 1. So certainly achieved some financial results there. And downtown events, over 40,000 visitors have come downtown for the events that DGDC hosts, and the estimated impact of that is about $2.5 million.
Thank you, Doug. So I'll kind of conclude with this. The partnership here provides capacity to the DDD. We, at 6,000 man hours, at just say $30 an hour, that's quite a bit of money that without this partnership, the city would have to come up with to do what? Help put on the 40+ events that we put on, and the $2.5 million that we estimate that those 40,000 people that we attract downtown spend. With that, any questions?
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Hussey or Ms. Fonseca?
I just have a comment.
Yes, please.
I was with this group this past week in the Main Street Conference, and just really impressed with the effort, the heart that they put on, and just the work they do every day. It's really phenomenal, and I'm just very impressed with you guys as a group and what you're doing, and just keep up the great work, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you always being a part of our meetings.
Yes, Mr. Boyd.
Just a comment also. First of all, congratulations, Ms. Hammond, on your recent award at the Main Street Conference. Just briefly, I've said this before, I'll say it again, to say how proud I am of the DDD and the DGDC and your collaborative efforts together over the years. I've been down here and watched firsthand, and have been proud to be a property owner downtown and be involved to some degree myself, and also having sitting in this very room seeing streetscape come this close not to happening. But we got the votes barely by to get that done, and now look at where we're at as a result of that decision that was made to move forward. And our downtown would absolutely positively not be what it is today without each and every one of you guys and the work that you contribute, both departments. And I understand the collaboration and that working together. I understand how that particular wheels turn, so to speak. And so I just want to say thank you to each of you, because you certainly have made my downtown better, and your involvement downtown has certainly helped me as a property owner have a property that I could develop and somebody want to occupy. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I have a question for you guys. Well, obviously I echo the sentiments. I mean, when you look at the work that the organization has done specifically for the city of Goldsboro, it's not fundraising for general purposes as charitable and other wonderful things as do happen. Is literally trying to bring dollars and bring investors and bring events to the city of Goldsboro. And over the last 40 years, gradually the state's Main Street program, the Office of Rural Planning and Development, has kind of unfolded. And as I understand it, a lot of the best practices that we have in place are reflected exactly in that Main Street agreement. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the state's office now asks you to do whenever you're trying to start a Main Street program, and where we are and where you would like to see us?
I can't necessarily speak to what they require of a new Main Street community, because I was not here when we became a Main Street community. But they do hold a very high standard of all of the Main Street communities, both at a state and a national level. So I spoke to our accreditation, and we've been accredited since we could be accredited, both at the national and the state level. So we are held to a very high standard, and I'll read more about that in my MOU presentation shortly. But we meet several benchmarks, and we are assessed on an annual basis about how we meet those benchmarks. So we have reporting at the beginning of the year and then mid-year with statistics. We have very specific goals that we are set to accomplish to meet our mission in improving our downtown. Things like historic preservation, things like having a broad perspective of leadership as well as broad funding sources. We're held to this standard, and we have successfully met this high standard every year. We sit down with the North Carolina Main Street representative. North Carolina Main Street is under the Department of Commerce at the state level. And then at the national level, it's part of the Historic Trust for Preservation. So again, we're not doing this in a vacuum, but we sit down with them every year annually. We go through our assessment. We're graded on how well we do. We're given a score. Also, the representative for Main Street sits down with the mayor, sits down with the city manager, sits down with our board chair, and they grade my work, especially as the leader of the organization as well. So we are doing this in partnership with close to 80 organizations across the state and over 1,600 across the nation. So we're following a time-tested process of downtown development. We're not doing this on our own. We didn't just create this structure as it is. But to answer your question, we follow all the guidelines and the standards that are set by North Carolina Main Street and National Main Street.
Sure, I appreciate it. I see you coming up. So.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind speaking to the recent grant, which really would not be possible without the structure.
That's right. So you all, I'm sure, are aware that the city partnered with the Saving Union Station Committee to write a grant through the Rural Downtown Economic Development Grant Fund. We were successfully awarded the full amount that we asked for, which was $612,500 to go towards the direct stabilization or the immediate stabilization of Goldsboro Union Station. I spoke with Kenny Flowers. What is his title? Assistant Secretary something of North Carolina Department of Commerce. So I spoke with him about the award, and he shared that a large part in why we were granted this award was because of our success as a quasi-public-private Main Street community. So our demonstrated success working together closely with the two entities, the private and the public, is largely why we received that grant. And we also met the benchmarks and the requirements of the grant. But they look to that status to make sure that you are going to successfully carry out your project and that you're going to be a good steward of those dollars.
Thank you.
Yep.
Council, any other comments, questions before allow them to step out and get on with their night?
Erin, I have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your impact report is excellent.
Thank you.
It's definitely no secret that you guys are doing an amazing job in our city, and we're extremely grateful for that. I'm looking at your impact report, and it's roughly, you said volunteer hours contributed about $200,000 to the city of Goldsboro. I take it you based those logged volunteer hours, you based it on roughly about $31.70 per volunteer hour?
We're given a formula from North Carolina Main Street as part of our statistics, yes.
Are any of those indicated, are they our staff hours?
They are not.
They are
Volunteer.
not staff hours.
Strictly volunteer.
Okay, so Matt, my question is for you. And I'm strictly looking at this as a financial, and this is a nonprofit. Where are the in-kind gifts logged for this nonprofit, and specifically the staff hours? Because I'm looking for the DDDC. We contribute roughly about a $300,000 salary package, and it was on their website that we provide a full-time staff for this nonprofit. It was on the website until I contacted you, and it was immediately taken down. We've had conversations about this. By the way, I want to share this publicly with this council. I don't know if you're aware, but if you send emails, your emails can be taken back without you knowing about it. Emails that are communicated in conversations in our emails can be taken back without your permission. Okay, I just recently found that out last week. I was communicating in some emails with our city manager, and my emails were taken back. I had to come to IT department to find out where my emails were, and I found out that they were recalled without my permission. So I came up here and got my emails printed. So if you guys have something of utmost importance to you, I would encourage you to also print those emails so that they're not taken away without your permission. Back to, ma'am.
You can still find
And
them
that's,
in the
yeah, and that's how we were able to retract them. I went to IT department and they were able to retract my emails back from Barracuda. But your emails can be taken away from you without your permission, okay? Matt, where is it logged? Because I'm looking at the financials, okay? Where is it logged how much actual staff hours, aside from the $300,000 package that we're contributing, where is it logged how much of staff hours is spent working for the DGDC?
Well, I guess first of all, the staff doesn't really work for the DGDC. The Downtown Development Department is a separate department. So
now, I just met with one of their staff members at our retreat, and the staff member told me that over 60% of their time was dedicated to the nonprofit. Plus, before it was stricken down off of the website, before it was taken down, because you and I had this conversation,
right,
and you removed it. You had it removed within
well, I guess
24 hours.
Another way of putting it, I guess I see your point, is that if Grace and Hussey came in there and told them to do X, Y, or Z, he doesn't work for Grace and Hussey, he works for Aaron. And so Aaron, as the department head, directs their daily activities. Now, they might have goals and objectives that are collectively put together by the city and DGDC, but the $300,000 you're talking about, that's just most of that money comes from our MSD fund, and that's just to fund the staff here, and they just work in partnership with the DGDC for the betterment of downtown Goldsboro, so that they can use the nonprofit to help get grants like they just did, for example, with the stabilization of Union Station. So.
Which we understand that grant that you're talking about, that $600,000, cannot go to a nonprofit. It actually has to go to a
right.
city entity.
It will be the one managing it. The city will. But the reality is that the design, which is no different than a lot of other places, is designed to support the downtown and support the merchants and support the revitalization of downtown. So,
if I can add to that, do you mind?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So, just to reiterate the fact that we are a quasi-public-private entity. So the two entities work together in tandem to create our Main Street program. So one is not working for the other. The city staff is a department. We are a department of the city, just like any other department of the city. We work alongside the DGDC, who adds capacity to what we do. So we might work with our nonprofit entity, our arm, our 24 board members, our 50 volunteers that form our committees. We might work with them a large portion of our time, but that adds capacity to what we do. And if you look at the Paramount, for example, they have a foundation, so they have a nonprofit arm just like we do. We just have a lot more capacity through our volunteers that bring more to the table. So it just allows us to do more with our city time. The Downtown Development Department was created in 1993 specifically to work with the DGDC to form the quasi-public-private partnership. The DGDC was specifically created by interest from the city of Goldsboro itself to drive a downtown revitalization effort forward. So the nonprofit does not exist for any other reason. They are specifically here to support the city. As the organization grew, the city found a need to have some additional fundamental leadership of that entity, which is where the Downtown Development Department formed. It was created in 1993, and fortunately we have grown. But as you heard Doug mention, we are the only city staff that has actually reduced in salaries and benefits since 2018. That said, you can look at our statistics, from our volunteer hours and see how they have grown.
Now, the reduction in your salaries, was that a recommendation from the city, or is that something you did? And how does that salary compare to the North Carolina standards? Like, were we already paying too much for those positions, or how does that compare?
Well, I think our stats show that we are delivering with what we have. The reduction is because we were reduced from 3.5 staff members down to 3, and we have not been able to go back up to an additional. I would love an additional part-time staff member on my staff, but we haven't done that. So we have been operating very well on a staff of 3, and I think our stats show that we are delivering a return on investment on city dollars.
Aaron, I'm looking at financials from the last 10 years. Financials, and I'm also looking at relationships that were formed between the city and the DDC and DGDC. So I'm strictly trying to make the financials make sense and also compare to see what type of investment, because this is excellent. We see the investment that the nonprofit has, but let's look at what is this costing the city, and is the nonprofit themselves, do they have any buy-in? I'll give you an example. Can you tell me who owns 100, 117, 119 West Elm Street, 419, 425 South Center Street, 402, 410 South John Street, and 212 West Mulberry Street?
The DGDC, and
Yes.
I can speak to that. So all of those are vacant parcels, and the DGDC, being a partner with the city, worked with the city on the neighborhood plan task force. With the neighborhood plan, both entities worked to acquire property that was blighted and that needed, the properties that were on the parcel needed to be torn down. Not everyone wants to donate their property to the city, so the nonprofit played a role of acquiring properties to be that partner in this partnership that we have, a collaborative partner to acquire properties so that they would be available for future development. The nonprofit does not seek to make any revenue off of these properties. 3 of the parcels are part of the RFQ for South Center Street residential development. There's been no ask of the nonprofit to turn those over to whoever the future developer is for making a profit. That is not why the nonprofit exists. The nonprofit exists solely to be a good partner with the city of Goldsboro. And they did that through the neighborhood plan, and that is why they own those properties. They are vacant parcels.
So were those properties
donated?
So they were donated.
Correct.
None of them were donated by the actual city, even though like the city has a property like in between those 2 properties. None of those were acquired by the city.
They were not.
Okay. That's Matt. It's interesting when I asked Catherine, no in-kind gifts, and an audit is required of a nonprofit if we give any kind of in-kind gifts or any fundings of $5,000 or more. But when I called the finance department, there is absolutely no financial credentials anywhere on this nonprofit. We cut their grass 17 cuts per season. Our staff is advised to cut all these properties. None of this is being logged anywhere.
Okay.
It was not until I asked for a MOU. I mean, it's shocking to me that there's not even been an MOU in place in 10 years. Something's just not right here, Matt.
Well, we have that for discussion tonight, and we can certainly look at that and see the way forward with that. We have lots throughout the city. I think that we have hundreds of them. It's actually a dilemma that we've talked about a little bit as far as how do we deal with these vacant lots that we have and putting them into a program where we can put affordable housing. A lot of them are in floodplains, so these ones are ones that we want to get back into production, whether it's for South Center Street development or some other economic development or some other infill project.
Communities Inc., is that a nonprofit inside of your nonprofit, or how does that work? I know it's dissolved now, but that nonprofit, did the city contribute any money to Communities Inc.? I was looking at your
They did not.
finances and I saw a note receivable on there. So that's why I'm questioning to make sure the city
Yeah,
did
sure.
not give any of that money.
So Communities was founded to help deal with the blight. That was going to be a partnership, not only with the DGDC. The DGDC provided lending, if you will, in order to pay fees, acquire the properties, legal fees, whatever it may be. But that, again, was to handle the blight in the city. And I'll add there that DGDC took that on, and some of those properties were outside of downtown, outside the MSD.
But they didn't receive any monies from us.
They
And
did
was
not.
there anybody, because were any of the city council on that committee? Was there anybody up here involved with that committee or an employee? Because I do want to make sure there was absolutely no conflict of interest with the funding.
I wasn't on city council at the time, but I was their attorney. I was their retained attorney. That was before this, but yeah.
Communities Inc. did not receive any funding from the city, nor does DGDC. DGDC does not receive funding from the city. They have been the recipient of a grant from the city, which you've asked about and I've answered. The DGDC received $5,000 from Travel and Tourism to help put on the North Carolina Main Street Conference. But otherwise, the city does not contribute financially to the nonprofit, and you wouldn't find any in-kind records because they are the nonprofit partner making up the Main Street community. This is not like providing in-kind services or monetary donations to any other nonprofit, because we are created to work together in tandem to be the Main Street community.
So if we're created to be a partnership, I have been threatened, I have been warned not to speak. I called and asked to see a copy of your finances, and I was denied originally. And Matt, we've had argument over argument over argument. And when you called Erin, you advised her it is in her best interest that she give us that financial information. But she couldn't, because then there was a conflict of interest. She has a board chair over here, and the board chair was saying, no, we're not going to release these information, but this is your employee, and I'm asking to see a copy of these finances, and I'm not even allowed to see the finances.
Did you
That's why,
you got the finances though, right?
yes.
Because I did tell her.
After I sent an email and said, if these finances are not released, I'll just call the Secretary of State, or I will get someone here from the State Commerce. But it was not until I asked and begged, kicked and screamed, that I was given a copy of the finances. So if we're a partnership, why wasn't that information released?
That information was released to you. If you'll also reference your emails, when I reached out to you, because I reached out to you, and I said to be more than happy to provide the finances to you. I'd like to meet with you and to provide them to you and also answer questions at the same time.
And that was at the end of my email. I'll be glad to release the emails.
That's
The
fine.
emails again get deleted. But Matt, multiple conversations with you, asking for these finances, and you could not help me.
Well,
I hope you're not going to sit there publicly and deny that.
No, I said, and they'll say that I actually said give them to her because I wanted to be transparent, not because and that's all they're about is transparency. We never had any problems delivering that. They wanted you so they could talk to you in person about it, as opposed to just hand you the document, and that's why they requested those meetings. That's all
I'll add, we have the financials of both entities are separate. The nonprofit has their own financial mechanism. They have an accountant, they have a bookkeeper, they file their taxes every year. They do everything as they should, and the 990 was provided, or the 1099? 990, thank you. I'm not a tax professional. But that was, I understand that Matt shared a link of where to find that information. The nonprofit was happy to oblige and share that information, but they just wanted to sit down and provide context.
You don't think that with the income that the nonprofit side makes, and with the investments that you put in with Edward Jones, that you guys could provide some of the staffing or any of the expenses, even the income that you guys are making off of the events, you don't think that you could contribute some of the dollars towards the salaries, those kind of things?
I guess help me understand a little bit more by what you mean by that, because the way that I view as far as what I do and what the DGDC does is we provide capacity to the city. The 60% that you referenced, I'm asking this rhetorically, but does any other department bring 6,000 volunteers to provide a quality of life to their citizens?
I would think so.
I
think the United Way helps people off the streets. They help the homeless. They bring value to the city. DJ Coles, Kelly Flores Foundation. I'm not arguing with you that you're not doing an excellent job. You're doing a phenomenal job. But I believe there needs to be more financial transparency. I believe there also needs to be shared services. I can show you many nonprofits or many agencies that they bill the nonprofit for shared services. So I believe that there needs to be more transparency. I think that 100% the MOU, I'm shocked there was not an MOU in place for the last 10 years. And so I'm hopeful that whomever the new city manager is can initiate negotiations that will actually serve the best interest of everyone involved.
If I can speak to transparency for just a moment. I mentioned the city leaders that are on the board, as well as county, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, Chamber of Commerce. There's a large amount of oversight in what is done at the board level. They see financials monthly, they see financials annually. As I said, we have a 990 that's done. So all of this information is disclosed to these individuals. We also have a lot of controls in place. So it's not that there is not transparency. The ask is that we can deliver this information with context, and it was delivered to other members of council too, just to address any concerns ahead of this presentation that might arise. As far as staff goes, just to reiterate the way that we are formed in partnership. So yes, a lot of manpower is provided, but it's coming from the nonprofit side. So again, that's almost $200,000 in value that the city is not paying for in manpower that goes directly to benefiting downtown Goldsboro and the city as a whole. That's over 6,000 man hours. I mean, I know I've said it over and over again, but I also want to go back just a moment to the beginning of our partnership and share some statistics with you. So in the 41 years of our partnership, this is why this partnership is so vital that it remains just so. We have benefited with over 470 new businesses in 41 years, 2,493 new jobs, 224 new residential units, 548 building rehabilitations. Those are private dollars. These are done by private entities and individuals that represent close to $100 million in private investment and impact. There are amazing nonprofits throughout the community. You are exactly right. But the DGDC only exists to do the job that is set out by the city and meet their priority and their goal of revitalizing our downtown. They exist for no other reason. They do not have a very large budget. Their budget exists to add capacity to what we do so that we can be better stewards of tax dollars. We do that on the city side as well as the MSD. So all of the funds that they bring to the table just add capacity. They're not used for anything else.
I will also add that recently, because I've made the motion to this vote to take 30,000 plus from the DGDC side of their nonprofit to help fund this grant. And so, and that's what they're there for. So they have that pot of money, so that the city can use it without having to, cough up general fund dollars.
And as far as the MOU goes, we have had an annual agreement, a Main Street agreement that is signed by both the nonprofit and the city every year since we've been accredited. So while we did not have an MOU in place, we've had that, and that has served as our agreement of how both entities would work together and form our partnership. So we're not operating just doing whatever we want. We are doing it in partnership between city staff and the nonprofit, and we are doing it following an agreement. We are assessed on an annual basis, and we are accredited at the state and the national level.
Matt, I would still like to see a report of how much the city has actually contributed to the nonprofit side. I see that they've made a great impact, but when you've got 3 full-time employees, the city itself has made a great impact as well. And we're mowing lawns, we're doing work on buildings. I would like to see the financial impact that the city has had. What have we, what kind of buy-in?
Okay. We'll get that for you. No problem.
Are the financial numbers of the nonprofit shared with, since it's a partnership, if you guys are saying it's a partnership, are they shared with the, well, maybe they were on the previous council, but do you guys get the financials monthly, on a monthly basis?
You do, if I may, Councilwoman Jones is now with us. You actually get them for the most part in real time every time we have a meeting. They are provided, as Aaron mentioned earlier, we don't operate in a vacuum by any stretch of the imagination. We have the city manager on our board. Formerly it was Councilwoman Matthews. It is now Councilwoman Jones. And every time we have a meeting, a board meeting, financials are provided at that point in time. So
they're provided to the actual city council, because if we have a partnership, those should be in our monthly reports. Are they in there? And I've overlooked them.
I'll be happy to provide them. It's not been anything intentional. I think I
Hold on.
provided some.
We don't. Any of the other organizations that we have relationships with, or we have partnerships with, we don't put their financial information on in your weekly report.
We're not paying for their staff.
Yeah, it's our staff. It's our goals. It's our objectives. The nonprofit is supporting our staff. It's our staff. It's our objectives. It's the things that we want to achieve. The nonprofit's supporting them, not the other way around.
I can speak with the nonprofit board to see if they would be open to sharing on an annual basis. I don't know that there's a need to share that information on a monthly basis, but I don't think they mind sharing annual financials annually.
What I would suggest, and because actually Councilwoman Weeks and I, are aligned in that we both want to see increased documentation and transparency. I've been exposed to this for a long time, and so I don't think that there was any sort of anything that was hidden in the past. But I do understand, as we're taking a look at our other partnerships or other relationships, Friends of Seymour, we really rewrote that agreement, and it's going to be for the foreseeable future. Wayne County Development Alliance, that one is kind of next in the queue because they're coming up with their funding cycle. DGDC, looking at those documents, getting them all in place. I'm firmly in favor of that. I'm firmly in favor of that, and I think that's what we're doing in this next action item as well. But the way that we would go about if a council member was asking for financials from one of those other ones is they would be released to that council member, just like at the county level. If you have I don't know why I'm picking on WCDA tonight, so I apologize. But like if a commissioner was asking for most recent financials for WCDA, county manager would provide them, because there is funding at that level, be it in kind or otherwise.
But you just said this is a partnership. You just corrected me and said this is our staff. This is a partnership. So if this is our staff, a partnership, we should be privy to these financials.
And that's this last sentence that I just said was in that sort of relationship. If a council member asked for the most recent up to date, that would be provided. And what I'm saying is, if you asked for it, you should be able to get the most recent provided. Do I think it needs to be part of a weekly or monthly report that goes out to council? No, I don't. I think that's a bit unnecessary. But do I think that you should be able to get the most recent version when asked? Yeah, I do.
Now that's interesting, because in the email from the city manager to me, and the interim city manager, he said to the DGDC, you are not required to give her, I recognize that you are not required to give her these financials.
But yet, what happens?
Yeah.
A legal opinion I had at the time.
Okay.
And it was,
Ron can speak to that.
And I want to be on the record, and it did get adjusted because believe that's the appropriate course of action. And ultimately, you did get the financial
You're
information.
right. It was adjusted. The information was released. However, it is not technically a requirement of the nonprofit to release that information. You shared a state statute that disclosed whether or not we received $5,000 in grant funding. We did receive that the previous year, but we went ahead and released that information anyway. So technically, the nonprofit is not required. However, they were happy to do so. They did it with 3 other council members and shared the exact same information. At the Citizens Academy every year, I go through the different budgets. Historically, we had a council orientation and we would share all this information. We had a slide on the city general fund budget, the MSD, and the nonprofit budget. So this is not new information that has been shared. Historically, on an annual basis, the nonprofit comes before the council and they share their statistics and their impact and all the work that they are doing. So there is transparency. There is information available if you ask. All of these board members are happy to share their passion for the city of Goldsboro and downtown development with you. Of course, the city manager sits on the council. We have a council sits on the board. We have a council representative. So there are a lot of layers of information and transparency. I make myself available. If you have any questions, I'm always happy to sit down and answer questions with you. There might be some things that Matt can't answer that I can answer, and I'm always happy to do so. So by all means, direct your questions to me, and I'm happy to help.
I will. I just want to put transparent. I want to put dollars to what we have invested in this entity. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Lawrence. Because I apologize. I thought it was if they accept $5,000 of funding from us, whether it be monetary or whether it be an in-kind gift. I must have read that statute wrong. It does not say. It says in 1 year, including if it's grants or loans. So did I misconstrue that statute?
Weeks, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't give you an opinion. But what I did tell you on the phone that one day is that the statute does say if a nonprofit receives a certain amount of in-kind services from a municipality, for example, then any citizen actually can ask to see the financials, whether that's you or me or anybody else. So I remember discussing that with you, but I don't have it.
Yeah, that's what the statute says.
Right,
Yeah.
and just to reiterate, the services are not in-kind services because we are staff of the city and we are a partnership entity that forms the Main Street community. So it is not viewed as in-kind services.
Councilman Weeks, does that conclude? All right. Council, does anybody else have any questions on item 9.1 before we slide into 9.2? All right, Council. Everyone, I truly appreciate what you do. This is a piece that we're going to hammer on a little bit. We're going to get right, and ultimately we're going to be stronger together because there's absolutely no way that we could accomplish all the things that we want to accomplish in the city of Goldsboro without y'all's input and without your help. Please make sure everyone understands that. And thank you.
Thank you. I did want to recognize we had more representation from DGDC earlier in the evening, but any of you back there, if you want to stand, if you are a board member, previous board member, committee member.
What? Let's go ahead and move to 9.2 in lieu of time. However, as always, if you would like to send something to council members, please don't hesitate. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Just roll right into 9.2.
Yes.
Okay.
And here,
yes.
if I may, sorry, Ms. Fontaine, if I may, Council, 9.2 is presented as with anything else that I put it on the agenda. This is our first time seeing it, not asking for a vote tonight. Just want everyone to be able to see it, ask a first round of questions. If you have suggestions, verbiage changes, things like that, please make those suggestions either now or email them after the fact, and then we'll look to vote on it at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you. Yes. And as a reminder, while we have not had an MOU in the past, we have had our annual agreement. We have a lease agreement with the nonprofit for the city's staff to utilize the first floor. And we used a draft document from North Carolina Main Street for a quasi-public-private partnership to put the MOU together. So I'm going to read the background to you because there's a lot of data and I don't want to miss anything. The Downtown Development Department, or DDD, has been a department of the city since 1993 when it was created by the city of Goldsboro to form a quasi-public-private partnership with the existing Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation, or DGDC. The two entities have worked successfully together for more than 30 years, carrying out our downtown development efforts as a North Carolina Main Street community for more than 40 years. Main Street utilizes an approach to preservation-based economic development to drive growth in over 1,600 historic downtowns across the country. Using the Main Street approach, the DGDC and DDD have spurred a significant amount of economic development, resulting in more than $86 million in public and private investment, 200 building renovations, 525 net new jobs, and 87 net new businesses just since 2013. The Main Street approach prompts the DGDC and the DDD to work closely together as they have done since 1993. The DGDC is comprised of a private nonprofit board with 24 volunteer members and 4 volunteer-led committees: design, economic vitality, promotions, and merchants. The board and committees add capacity to the city's resources and work alongside DDD staff, including the Downtown Development Director, myself, Business and Property Development Specialist Greg, who's still with us back there, and our Marketing and Events Specialist Austin, who's with us as well. Goldsboro's Main Street program has held state and national accreditation through North Carolina Main Street and Main Street America for more than 20 years. Each program requires a high standard of work, assessing Goldsboro's Main Street on 6 benchmarks and multiple subcategories, including broad-based community commitment, inclusive leadership, sustainable funding, strategy-driven programming, preservation-based economic development, and demonstrated impact. Goldsboro has successfully demonstrated a high standard with consistently positive feedback from North Carolina Main Street program leaders each year. Upon completion of the annual assessment process, an annual Main Street agreement document is presented to the program director and the city manager for execution. This agreement outlines the requirements and expectations of both parties in the quasi-public-private partnership as an accredited Main Street program. In addition to the annual Main Street agreement, the DGDC and the City of Goldsboro have a lease agreement for use of office space at no cost to the city on the first floor of 116 North Center Street. The DDD staff occupy 3 offices with use of conference room, break room, and storage spaces. The city provides basic provisions for city staff, including power, water and refuse, custodial support, Wi-Fi, phone, and copier services as they would any other city department. The DGDC covers building maintenance, insurance, pest control, power and water to the second floor, and property taxes, including the municipal service district, which we've pointed out are optional to nonprofit organizations. We have shared this draft MOU document with the executive committee, and we'll take it back to them for a vote after you all have reviewed and approved it. That's all I really have to say. I can speak to some stats from the MOU if you'd like, but I just want to see if you guys have any questions.
Who wrote the MOU, Miss Erin?
I worked with Mayor Gaylor to establish the MOU, and again, we followed a template from North Carolina Main Street for quasi-public-private entities. We also pulled language from the annual Main Street agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a couple of things that I would like to see in the MOU.
Okay.
And I would like for you to take a look at the accountability. I may not have seen all of it because I'm having some problems.
Internet issues.
But in writing the MOU, I would like for you to take a look at the accountability. I want it to clearly define how accountability will be maintained for both parties, including how performances can be measured and evaluated. I would also like it to talk about flexibility and termination clause, which we know that's probably not going to happen. But, it's always really good to have that in there. So, it did address the insurance and liability. It did address the stakeholders' engagement. And I think I did hear you talk about the review process, but I will send you, I have about 10 suggestions, and I will send those to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Matt, the MSD funds, are they managed by the DGDC or are they managed by the city?
Definitely by the city.
By the city? Because now it says on page 1 that MSD funds are managed by the DGDC.
No, that's a typo. They can't manage city funds.
Okay. Well, it's right here on the front page. If
Okay.
you want to look at it, I would advise that be taken out.
And yeah, we did talk about that funds that the city has to be responsible for the funds.
That's right.
Because we talked about that when we met.
Yes, ma'am. And the MSD budget is voted on by you all, council, just like the general fund budget. It is managed by the DDD, so that is a typo. It should be the Downtown Development Department. We do get input from the nonprofit on how we can use things like beautification dollars or marketing dollars, because we have a design committee, we have a promotions committee, we have an economic vitality committee who can help walk us through ideas on utilizing facade grants or a grant program. So we do get guidance from them, but that is managed by Downtown Development
Do
staff.
any salaries come out of that fund, Aaron?
No, ma'am.
No salaries. I know in Smithfield they take their salaries out of the MSD funds, but we don't take any of ours out of that. Okay.
Council, anything further at this time? Yes, sir.
Just a quick comment. I have no issue with the MOU. That's fine. I know that in the past I've been comfortable with operating under the Main Street agreement, and adding an MOU is perfectly okay. And I've also been sort of satisfied that the manager and a council member has been historically who's looked after the city's interests, so to speak. Not that it's all not the city's interests, but I just want to say again how incredibly proud I am of all you guys, because I get it. I had another part-time occupation that led me around the state for about 10 years, dealing specifically with Main Street directors, and you can't go from Manio to Murphy and mention Goldsboro in a Main Street director's presence, and they don't pipe up and say Goldsboro or Goldsboro Julie or Goldsboro Aaron, as that has moved forward. And what we're doing as a city and that partnership is recognized and respected from one end of this state to the next. And I know I said that a while ago, but I'm just incredibly proud of what you guys do together for us and for our downtown and for our city. So I look forward to getting the MOU in place and getting all that done. But again, just thank you to each and every one of you that's a part of it.
Thanks to that board back there.
Absolutely.
It's a hardworking group.
Council, anything further on 9.2 at this time? All right, any additional changes, send them to Ms. Fonseca, send them through Matt, and we'll circulate a revised version at a later meeting.
Just for clarity, Mr. Livingston, if you could get me together some financials that will state how much the city contributes financially for this impact, because this is an incredible impact report, but it just merely focuses on what the downtown Goldsboro development, the nonprofit arm, and without the actual city investment.
I get it.
So I'd like to have it equate to dollars.
This is our Main Street annual impact. So this is for both entities together that form the Main Street community. So just to reiterate that fact. And if you look through redevelopment, promotional activities, this is what we do as a Main Street community, not what DGDC does, not what DDD does. We have a shared mission and vision. We have a shared value statement. We have shared goals that we come up with together with our board that includes city representation. We vote on them annually. We have an annual plan of work, and we have a 92% completion rate of our annual work plan, which I think is fantastic. That's all kudos to such a hardworking board that we have. But this is our annual impact statement for the Goldsboro Main Street community.
Another recommendation is that the MOU is usually done, a lot of times MOUs are redone annually instead of a 5-year. Then that way you have an exit strategy if you ever needed an exit strategy, which I know we won't. But my recommendation would be to reevaluate the MOU on an annual basis.
Yeah, and I have that in my 10.
And also, if we could kind of table that MOU until an actual city manager has been hired, that would give them the opportunity to give input as well, you know, whomever that is.
I'll just put it out there that I think that, you know, as we're going into budget season, I think it would be, another approach would simply be take a look at getting this one, especially if we're only looking at a 1-year thing, you know, getting Friends of Seymour, getting WCDA, getting those things that are going to be part of our budget package together prior to the budget this year. That was kind of my theory for trying to push some of these things along. But obviously, it's up to a vote of council as a whole.
Another reason why I made that recommendation, we did pay $40,000, wasn't it close to $40,000 we just paid for an independent consultant? And that independent consultant recommended that we merge 2 departments together. So I still want to look at that with whomever is in this role to see, you know, if that would benefit the city or not.
Anything further from council this time on 9.2? All right, hearing none, thank you. Wish you a wonderful rest of your evening and hopefully not too early morning.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, council, it is 10:30 at night. Mr. Livingston, if you would please give me a rough estimate on 9.3, 4, and 5. Each of these are things that in theory could have been consent agenda items. However, we wanted, in the interest of transparency, making sure that council has their attention called to things. How quickly can we run through 3, 4, and 5, or is it?
I think we can do it within 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, because they're just policies we're putting in place for something we do right now in a matter of practice, like the hydrant meter policy.
Okay.
That instead of just, you know, we have
All right.
documented.
Perfect. Then council,
Policy.
is it all right with council to keep rolling, knock these 3 out? We'll try to get them done in another 10 or 15 minutes total. All right. Seeing no major objections and no one's making a motion to adjourn. So with that, Mr. Livingston, if you get us going on 9.3.
Sure. Well, it's essentially a hydrant meter rental policy, and Rick is here if you have any questions, but essentially what it is that people are coming and they're using them now. We have these so we do meter the flow that people use, but we don't have a policy. And then there's a $240, I think, administrative or $50 administrative charge with this. That's a non-refundable, and then a deposit, because these things cost about $3,000 a piece, or roughly thereabouts. So we don't want to just willy-nilly, you know, allow someone to use them and then they're damaged and they come back, you know, with a problem.
And this was another good step by staff, in my opinion, to make sure that we are documenting everything and that we have tools in place to be able to use for these things. Council, do you have any specific questions? We all had the brief already as part of our packet prior to tonight. Were there any specific questions, or would you like me to ask Rick just to explain what one of these things is? All right, hearing no questions, is there a motion to adopt the policy under 9.3 as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Motion has been made and properly seconded to adopt the meter rental policy as presented. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, thank you. Now, let's roll over to 9.4. Matt, I know you do need to explain this one just a little bit. Delegation of the acquisition of temporary construction easements to the city manager. Talk us through that one.
So the situation here with the temporary construction easement we run into a lot of times when we need to be able to work on a piece of property, and we have to negotiate with them on a basic easement. And for example, in this case, we have one with Mimosa Park where we have to get our equipment on there, and you know, they've asked for reimbursement of use or property. So we've come up with the concept of using the temporary construction easement, and if it's less than $5,000, we would just do that administratively. And it's not a permanent type of easement. It could be recorded. It could be fairly like a year or more, but generally speaking, it's until the life of the project.
Say it again. You said this is in Mimosa Park.
Well, in this one, there's a person there that we're going to do some work out there, and they've asked for, and I'll let Rick explain it some more, but they basically asked for the use of their property. So we're calling that a temporary construction easement in lieu of a lease or anything like that. That we would be out there for a week or two at the most, and I think their number was like $300, something nominal like that. So it's in the best interest of the city, in my opinion, and the neighborhood there, most importantly, for us to get in there and clean the ditches up so that they can actually improve the water flow out of that. It would help substantially. So this is how this came up. If we can work those temporary construction easements out and get them done quicker, we don't have to bog down the city council with administrative things like this.
And council, I will just throw out that on the resolution, part of why I think this one is comfortable with delegating to, this would be for things that are, and this is the resolution in the packet, less than a year, so it's capped, and under $5,000. Again, so it's capped. Anything above that would have to come back to council either way. Well, council, if there's no further discussion, is there a motion to approve the resolution presented under item 9.4?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to approve the resolution presented in item 9.4. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right. And now item 9.5.
So as the board may recall, after one of the storms, I can't remember the name of it, Jonathan can help out there, we noticed that we had a significant issue with our outfall at Stony Creek. And so we had to do an emergency repairs. So now they've gone in there, they've noticed some more rutting and some more erosion and a lot of problems with the pipe out there. And I'll have Jonathan, if you can explain the specific problems, but it's something that while we're down there, we'd be smart to go ahead and fix it instead of having to come back, remobilize later, and 6 months, because if we don't fix it, it's going to probably get messed up in another 6 months to a year.
Is that where the pipe I see stacked up at Stony Creek Parkway and Elm? Is that what that's for that?
It
project?
is, yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, when we went and took when we were taking the manholes down, Councilwoman Weeks and Mayor Pro Tem Jones, when we were talking in the budget meetings about the manholes, how they were so tall, when we brought them down to grade, they put the pipe in there, the bottom section of the manhole crumbled. So we had to get additional bypass in, and that's where the price tag is on this. It's $150,000. I figured on the bypass alone's $107,000. Now that's over 4 months, the duration of the project. I'm hoping that it doesn't take that long, but we have been told to get on the production schedule for the manholes is at least 4 weeks, and then you got 7 days of curing on that for the concrete to cure up before they can ship it to us. So we're at least 5 weeks out on getting a manhole in here.
All right, so council, this one, as you can see, is part of an ongoing construction project. The resolution presented certainly describes the situation and exactly what's going on and articulates exactly which companies are responsible for which pieces and where the money goes. I will ask Mr. Livingston, is this going to be internal budget transfers, or is some of this coming out of fund balance?
It will likely come out of the water and sewer fund balance.
Water and sewer fund balance?
We don't have any contingency for this project since it was an emergency repair. And I don't know if you've got that available in your budget
so when I talked to Catherine, we've got another project that's in our budget that's $2-point-something million. We were going to take the money from that to fund the shortfall on this.
All right. All right, I just want to make sure that was stated on the record as well, so council knew where funds were coming from. Council, any other comments or questions on 9.5? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the resolution as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. All right, made, properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the resolution as presented, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, 9.5 also passes. Mr. Livingston, are we able to move forward with this immediately, or do we have to wait until the budget ordinance?
We're able to move forward.
Okay.
It's not going to slow down construction by any means because of what he said.
But it's
we'll still
internally-
have to, it'll still have to do a change order in the project. Well, it's not even a project order, but it won't slow down anything.
Okay.
We have to bring back the numbers to verify everything and to check the boxes. That's fine, but we'll be able to move forward with it.
Sounds great. All right, Mr. Livingston, if you'd please move forward with your city manager's report.
Just one thing, still working with Eureka and Fremont on their, on trying to figure out the dilemma that we have with their major inflow and infiltration issues. So trying to work with the state as well on that, and there's nothing really new to report there. We're kind of at an impasse on agreeing with what the charges Fremont would charge for using their transmission line.
I want to give you some credit publicly for, sorry, I'll do it during my comment period. Go ahead.
That's it. That's all I've got. I know it's late, Mayor, so thank you.
Okay. All right, council, is time for mayor council member comments, as this is the second meeting of the month. It's our tradition to begin with representative from District 6. Councilman White, the floor is yours.
Hey, just real quick, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I forgot last time we met that Jaden McClary, he won the state championship for wrestling from Goldsboro High School. Also, two young people from Rosewood, one being a female, also won state championships as well. So I apologize for not doing it sooner, but I just wanted to get that in, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is yours.
Just a thank you to everybody who shows up week after week after week to ask questions and also to speak during public comments. I read this weekend in Proverbs: a wise person recognizes the value of asking questions, seeking understanding, and actively listening to gain knowledge and guidance. I'm extremely grateful for everybody who shows up each week to speak during the public comments. Don't give up. I also wanted to share again my email address for District 5 and for any of our constituents. It's beverlyweeks@goldsboronc.gov. I also have a cell phone number that you can text to. It's 919-920-5189. I wanted to share that phone number in lieu of some things being deleted. So 919-920-5189. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Matthews?
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem?
Yes, I want to commend the Continental Societies Inc. of Goldsboro for winning first place for the outstanding chapter for promoting health, education, employment, recreation, and arts and humanities at the Mid-Atlantic Conference. We were commended for going into the schools, teaching the children, and we had a proclamation for the children, and that is our future. And so I want to commend them, and I'm very proud of them. And as we end Women's Month, I want to say to keep on being a positive influence in the community, because our children need to see us as women working and having a positive influence in their lives. And I just want to leave this one quote is, "Be the woman that fixes another woman's crown without telling the whole world." Let that sink in. Without telling the whole world. Be her crown.
Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Okay. I just have a few things, a couple of comments. I want to talk about a couple of good things. One of them I saw tonight was our reentry council. They are doing some really great things in Goldsboro. Also, residential construction. We have a lot of local development, new construction, additions, rehabs, rebuilding in our community. I really love to see that. As far as commercially, we have a lot of new projects moving our city along. In code enforcement, I see they've been very busy cleaning up our city. I just want to commend them, and also the minimum housing officer. He's working hard, identifying problem properties and trying to find ways to work on making headway with those properties. I also want to kind of do a lighting, a safety slash city lighting challenge for everyone. So I know a lot of you guys know, but some of you may not, that Duke Energy has an actual street and area light repair section on their website. If you go up to your local light pole in your communities and in your district or in your streets and neighborhoods, if you go up to your light poles, you'll look, the ones that are owned by Duke Energy, they actually have a little metal plate on them, and on that metal plate there is a pole number. And then on their website you can actually take that pole number or your street address and you can find your street lights on a map. And if you have a light that's out and then you notice that it's out, go on that website and notify them. I had one recently. I was at a Citizens Academy class, and we spoke about area lighting. And so I actually went back to my office and I actually noticed that one of my lights at my office had went out. So it's currently on the list, and I'm keeping track of it, and they will notify you by text or email as they're moving along with your request. So I just want to challenge everyone to start looking around their neighborhoods at their lights, and let's see if we can get our city lit up a little bit better to help with safety.
Thank you. Councilman, floor is yours.
To piggyback on what Councilwoman Taylor just mentioned, I want to encourage our citizens to continue to use the Goldsboro 311 system to report concerns that you have or things that you see that need to be addressed within the city. I've had some super good feedback the last week or so from people that have successfully used that tool to have matters that they're concerned with in their neighborhood, whether it be a street related issue or lighting or whatever. Definitely make use of that 311 system. It's there for you to use, and it does work. Next thing, just as always, thank you to each and every one of our hardworking city employees. You're all valued and appreciated, and this city could not run without you, and we appreciate each and every one of you. That's all my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council, for a wonderful meeting. Matt, I want to give you some credit. The negotiations that you've been delicately balancing with Fremont and Eureka and WCDA and the whole gamut there, you deserve a lot of praise for being a sound voice of reason in something. And I'm glad we're going to be able to help out one of our sister municipalities here in the county. Other than that, very, very simple. Folks, keep doing some good. Hug your kids. Happy St. Patty's. Council, if there's nothing else to come before us, meeting's adjourned.